Okay, let's get ready to make a painting. Okay, my voice is there. And good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to my studio. My name is Michael Markowsky, and today we're going to make another painting by one of my favorite artists. This time, we are getting in the time machine and we're going way back. We're going all the way back to the Baroque era of art and literature culture. The Baroque era was kind of at the end of the Renaissance. So you've probably heard of the Renaissance. You might have heard that, like, a Renaissance man or a Renaissance woman, somebody who can do it all. That term is kind of based on Leonardo da Vinci, who basically did it all. But we're not talking about Leonardo. Leonardo he was kind of at the high point of the Renaissance, and after the Renaissance, and the Renaissance is a new birth, and it comes after the Middle Ages, which are seen as sort of the Dark Ages. So we have the kind of the Dark Ages, these medieval paintings, and then the Renaissance is this kind of rebirth of interest in art and science and space, although that didn't play out so well for Galileo towards the end there. But the Baroque is at the kind of the Renaissance transitions into the Baroque, and the Baroque becomes all about sort of really wild explosions of color and super dramatic, very theatrical painting. And our artist today, Artemisia Gentileschi, an Italian painter who is one of the great artists of all time, and has really, over the past, I'd say 30, 40 years, sort of been re-embraced by the art establishment, by art history, after being kind of forgotten for, 400 or so years. So let's take a look at some of her art. We'll talk a little bit about who she is and the painting that we're going to make. So this is a detail of today's painting. So we'll talk about, this is a cropped part of a much larger painting, just because her art, this is, I thought, like, if you believe it or not, the most simple painting I could think of to reproduce of hers, because a lot of her work is has a lot of people, and is mostly all people. I don't think she even really did a still life. I mean, she probably practiced on it, but I don't really know of a well-known one. So I'm going to show you here. Let's go. Oh, you know what I forgot to put up here is Dropbox and our art class group. So in the link, the first link in the description below is a link to this page, which is our private Facebook group, purely for people who are taking this class. And oh, somebody's asking if there's something in the Dropbox. Okay, it's there now. And speaking of which, this is the Dropbox. And inside the Dropbox, you'll see images for almost every single class, including today's class. If we go down to Gentileschi, you'll see a number of files here, of which this is one of them. Here's a tracing of the same image. That's okay, but it's all we need, right? Or you could print it out and color it if you just want to use some pencil crayons, or you got little kids playing with you. And then I've also created this version that you can print out, but if you want to print it, well, there's two different ways to go about it. One of which is, you recall last week I printed out a version of The Girl with a Pearl Earring by Vermeer, and then I used Mod Podge to glue it down, right? I cut it out and then I just glued it down. And then I put a few extra layers of Mod Podge on there to seal the surface and to also try to get rid of any ridges on here. So this is one way that you could start your painting, is you've got the original image right there and you can paint right over top of it. So that makes it in many ways a lot easier. Now I've done a slightly different thing with today's image, and I don't think I'll get a chance to paint on it today. I think I'm going to do a whole separate episode on how to use photo transfer for creating paintings like we're going to do today. So if I took this image that's on the screen right now and in the Dropbox and I printed it out, I would get this image right here. Now I could just Mod Podge it down and glue it onto the canvas just like this if I wanted, right? And then I'd have this type of result and I can paint right on that. So you can do that if you want. But another option would be to take this image, and then I'll show you in the tools. Actually, I can't. Basically, you have the option to, what you want to do is flip it around and then print it out so it actually comes out reversed, right? So, and what I've done is I've taken that and then I've Mod Podged it using the photo transfer medium onto the canvas. So what's going to happen is after I rub all of this paper off, I'd be left with an image that looks kind of like this, so that I could paint it. So again, it's important you reverse the image if you're going to use that photo transfer process. Again, I'm not going to, I just did this 20 minutes before class, and so it's still pretty wet in there, so I'm just going to let that sit. But if you're interested, I will do an episode in the future showing how to use that process. Okay, so we are going to, or at least I am going to, take this image and I'm going to trace it onto the canvas, which I've done many times before. I'm going to use some carbon paper, and let's just sharpen the pencil. Okay. And you can buy that carbon paper for, ideally it should be about $5 to $10 at most. Some places might, I have seen places try to sell it for like $30 or something. There's no way you should pay that much for it. Somebody's making a lot of money if they're selling it to you at that price. Okay, so I'm just taking one of these sheets. Let's place this down. Okay, we'll get a little bit of tape. Oops. Okay, I'm just going to put it up there. I don't really need to fold the edges around because it won't take that long. And I have used this tracing paper a few times, so this is probably the last time I'll be able to get some good use out of it, because a lot of the graphite has worn away. So, but as always, I'm just using this to help help me see what, you know, the basic structure of the painting. You can I actually used to use graphite paper all the time in my actual artwork and create drawings with graphite paper. So, and charcoal paper. I mean, they're very similar, almost essentially the same thing. And it works really well for creating really cool drawings. But obviously, if you were to do that, you'd probably want to use a new sheet each time you did a drawing. Otherwise, you might get some lines not showing through. But as I said, in this particular instance, it's it's not super important to get it all on there. I don't care if I miss, if there's a few empty lines missing here. Okay. I will talk a little bit about her biography as we go here, but I thought I want to get right into this one as quickly as possible, and then when I have time to spend time talking about her, because looking at some of my previous videos, it's like, oh man, we don't start painting until like an hour in, just because I'm just yabbering on and on and on. So today I'm gonna try to get things started as quickly as possible. Some of these small details don't come out very well anyway, so let's just see. Let's get a different point of view here. So some of the lighter lines are intended to be kind of just a little bit of guideline to where some of the shadows are. So if you don't draw those in, that's not such a big deal. In fact, you want to try to draw them relatively lightly so that they don't get in the way. And then I'll also mention that I have slightly changed this composition, moving a few things around just to kind of to create something I think it might work a little bit better for us. Da-da. Okay. So I'm actually surprised that this turned out as well as it did with, I don't know if you could see this tracing paper, or graphite paper. I mean, you can see how many lines are crisscrossing around there. So every time you kind of go over a line again and again, obviously there's less graphite to transfer, but you know, if it's still working, I think I might just keep it for another day. Okay. Let's move that out of the way. Okay, so we can take this off. Perfect. Okay. Now, we are going... I was sort of debating a little bit about which technique to teach today. I think because I showed how to do the Vermeer painting using a glazing technique that is probably pretty close to how Vermeer did it. I think what I want to do today is teach a sort of a variation on the glazing technique that Artemisia Gentileschi may have used. I'm not sure. To be honest, I haven't had a chance to really do too much of a deep dive into her technique. Probably spent a little bit more time looking into her life than I did her technique. So the technique we're going to use is what we're going to do is we're basically going to paint this painting in black and white, in gray, and then we're going to glaze over top of it some colors. And that is a technique that many artists used for centuries, and that would have been a very traditional way that artists would have learned how to paint in the academy. And often you'd just paint it in black and white, and understanding how to paint it in black and white could be just as difficult to learn how to then to do it in color. So I think we'll practice doing this in black and white. I'll show you this technique. So it'll be very different than really anything we've done before. And a few things that we're going to use that would be helpful. Ideally, if you had glazing liquid, that will work really well. Especially when we do glazing, it helps to have glazing fluid for glazing. We also are going to use a little bit of the retarder, or otherwise known as slow dry medium, by different brands. I think Golden might be the only one that uses retarder. Almost everybody else calls it a slow dry medium, but they're the same thing. And just as a quick aside, you don't have to use only Golden products or mediums with Golden paints. Obviously, I'm mixing and choosing all sorts of different materials. I would say that each company obviously formulates their products and tests them with their own products, and if they work with their own products and they're like, fine, that's great, that's all we need it to do, that doesn't necessarily guarantee it's going to work exactly the same on a different product. But since that question sometimes comes up in my classes. Okay, maybe just as a quick, okay, I know I said I don't want to spend too long talking, but I do want to share with you a couple things. You recall our previous episode was the Takashi Murakami episode. I've actually filmed 3 additional episodes. I didn't put them up, they're not live, because I did a whole bunch of experimenting, and I've got a whole stack of t-shirts over there that I've been using to do some experimenting with. And I've also got a whole bunch of these using different materials and mediums. And you can see I haven't even rubbed the paper off any of these yet. So that is something that I'll probably refilm the Murakami episode in a couple of weeks once I get all of this material done. So that's one thing. So keep an eye out for that. I'm quite happy with the way that the first one turned out, but we sort of only did half of it. We did a lot of applying the decals to t-shirts and wood and canvas, and then we did a bit of the rubbing, and that worked out so. It actually works out much better if you let it dry overnight, right? Way better, and you can be a lot more rough and abrasive when you're rubbing the paper off after it's dried overnight. So that is a big plus. Okay. And then just really quickly, our episode on Thursday is we're gonna make spin art. And there's a number of ways I've done this in the past using a drill. I'm basically gonna show you about 4 different ways to do this. One of which is using a drill, which is the most messy way of doing it, and you pretty much need somebody else to help you if you're going to use a drill. So you'll see that and how I do that. But a few other options that I've kind of I was out with our daughter this morning getting some of these Lazy Susans. Oops, right here. So this I think might be the best one. I got this at Canadian Tire for I think $14 or something. All right, so it's let me just put something in here. Oh, that doesn't quite fit in there, of course, but you can see that will work really well for doing our spin paintings. So if you want to see if you can find something like that, that is going to work out really well. Here's another one. I got this one from London Drugs. Of course, the paint all they had was this big. So that one, actually, I'm surprised at how well that worked. One of the things I did when I was in the store is tried spinning the different ones, because you want one that's going to spin as easily as possible and for as long as possible. And some of them you'll spin and they kind of go, they just stop, right? So you want one where you can spin it and let it run for a while. I got this little plant tray from Home Depot, right? So this is intended, you can put a plant on it and it's going to work really well. It's the poor man's version, but again, if that's all you have, that will work. Here's a big Lazy Susan I got from Winners. And I'm excited about this because even after this project is done, I can get a whole bunch of them and put them in the corners of my shelving unit so that I can reach some of those hard to find supplies. Okay, I just thought I'd mention that. I also got like a cheap air compressor for like 19 bucks from Canadian Tire, and this is we're gonna have some fun with that too, because we can kind of simulate a lot of that stuff with you could also use one of those things you can clean computers with, a little spray air. Anyway, okay, back to the matter at hand. Let's make this painting. Now we're gonna use some black and white, so let's get our, we're gonna start out with just black and white. Get our paint brushes. I've already pre-sanded that canvas. That's so if you're usually I make a point of sanding them at the beginning of every episode, but today I just did it beforehand because I was Mod Podging the other one. So I thought, I'll just do it all at once. Okay. Okay, we got our stuff arranged here. I don't need Mod Podge anymore. Oh, for next class too, having a little bit of pouring medium, if you have it, that could also be really helpful. Okay. So, okay. So today's painting is, one of Artemisia Gentileschi's great paintings. Let's I put this link in the description below. You'll see that it's actually a much larger, it's a tall painting. This painting was commissioned by Michelangelo, the famous Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle / painter of the Sistine Chapel. Michelangelo's nephew was commissioned Artemisia to make a painting for what is known as Casa Buonarroti. Michelangelo Buonarroti was his full name, that was his last name. And they made this kind of big like house, studio, museum to honor his uncle after he had passed, and he commissioned sort of the best artists of the time to decorate it for him. And Artemisia was one of them, who was one of the artists who was asked to create a painting for this. And so this painting, you can also see how I've taken the star and moved it down, and I've also kind of rotated her head a little bit upwards, just for our purpose. But here's another link. I think that link is in here. It gives a little bit of a background to the painting itself. I'm not going to go into that. Let me see. Just as a quick little warning, a lot of her paintings feature nudity, usually just female nudity. So if I'm going to click on a link that is going to have paintings of hers. I think, Google Images, these are all pretty. I don't have any. There's a few nudie ones down the bottom there. But one of the things I just want to kind of show about her art, Almost all of her paintings feature women. In fact, I think there's a few early paintings that are disputed that various people attribute to her or to her father, who is also an artist, and that have just a man in them. But I'm a little suspicious of them. So almost all of her paintings feature one woman, or two or three, and maybe one guy. And you'll see this is maybe one of the most famous paintings right here. A little bit pretty violent. She did, I think, 6 copies of this painting, which is Judith slaying Holofernes, I think is the title of that. So this was a kind of her big hit single, if you were to think of it like that. And everywhere she went, people wanted her to play it or paint it, right? They wanted a copy of it. And here's another painting of hers that's quite famous. This is, again, people are pretty sure it's a painting by her. It's the Allegory of Painting, I think is what this one's called. And it's intended to depict, here's a self-portrait allegory of painting, intended sort of to depict the origin of painting and the sort of the Greek myth of the very first artist. And so she also incorporated herself, not just women, but herself, into a lot of her paintings. We'll get into her biography as we paint here, because it's quite fascinating and quite dramatic too. So I think we've got a lot on our hands to paint, so as we paint it, I'll kind of tell a few stories as we go. Okay, so let's go right back to the painting, and let's get our palette out and get some paint on here. So, running out of white, which is a good thing, means I've made a lot of paintings over the course of this class. I do have more, and again, I might use a few different brands of paint. We're going to need a bunch of this. So. Got it squeezed out, and some black. Okay. Move all these things, try to get a little more light in here. Okay, so which one should we use here? So I personally like to use a brush to mix paint. I know that there's a lot of people prefer to use a palette knife to do mixing. I just like using a brush personally. So what we're going to do is we're going to paint pretty much everything on the canvas, some version of gray, a different tone of gray throughout here, so that and then we're going to apply color over top of the grays as glazes. So how about maybe the first thing we could do is we could paint the background a fairly light colored gray. So we'll just get a little bit of black on our brush. We'll mix this in here. And since I'm just going to apply this directly in the background, I'm not going to worry about adding any medium to it at all. Alright, so. Kind of a nice gentle way to get into the painting is a little bit of gray. Also going to come up a little bit into her hair there. I suspect there's going to be a few people that really like today's approach. And then, of course, there might be a few people that don't like it and find it difficult. If you want, you could also paint this like we did the Rembrandt and use glazing in that way by painting the skin colors and hair colors as you see them, just building it up very slowly. It might, maybe at some point I'll do a different version or paint the same painting again. Or, I can do that with the Mod Podge version. That's true. Huh. In fact, I'm just going to paint right over that, and we'll paint it white afterwards. Okay. Get those edges too, even though it's just barely changed. Okay, so so the next step is we are going to do we're going to use some of the slow dry medium to paint part of the face and hair. So, and we're going to mix, so I'm going to take a little, I'm going to pre-mix it a bit here. So here's my white. Let's maybe get it a little bit darker. It's actually quite a lot darker. One thing when we're just painting in black and white, you have to be pretty subtle. So I'm actually going to end up using a lot of that white just to lighten it back up a bit. Oops, I don't want to put that on the canvas. I get so used to doing that. Okay. So I'm going to take the slow dry medium. I'm being pretty generous with that was a good helping of it in there, and I'll mix it in. I'd say probably put about as much as I slow dry medium as I put on my toothbrush to brush my teeth. So that was because I want this to be open for a while as I'm painting the face. That flexibility. Actually, you know what? How about let's start with the hair before we go right to the face, so we can build up a little bit of confidence as we paint, and then we'll get to the face in due time. But I think a little bit of the hair might be a good place for us just to get our feet wet here. So I'm just going to take some of this paint off. Extra paint. I'm just gonna take it off put it in the water to dry. Okay. So let's take a look at this original painting, and then I'm going to adjust the color here. So here you can do this if you have Windows Media Viewer, or you have in this case I just opened this on Preview on my Apple computer. First thing I like to do is adjust the shadows and brighten up this picture. Look how when I slide all of this, see here's where was it, down here when we started? Right? Whoop, look at that. All of a sudden we see so much more detail in the hair. Let's just move this down a bit. So there's that would be the first thing. I'm also going to reduce the saturation, and boom, all of a sudden we got a black and white painting. That's awesome. Other little things you can do is if I slide this over, it's going to brighten the painting up a little bit. If I slide this over, the darks get darker, so we don't probably want to do too much of that. And if I move this slider in the middle, the midtones get brighter or darker. So I might move it right. I think it was pretty much in the middle. Was finding. I think it was a little bit darker, so I just kind of brightened it up a little bit. Okay. I think that's good. So, and I can undo this by just undoing on my computer a few times. But so we've got our background painted. A little, what is this? Little friend who wanted to join us for the party. Okay. So I'm going to take some gray. This is going to be kind of my mid-tone, my kind of mid between the dark and the light. And I'm going to paint in on her. Oops, let's go. Sorry, this one. You know what we should do is this here. So I'm going to actually, let's just paint. I'm going to paint over this whole thing. Okay. And I'm going to paint over this whole thing up here as well, this part of her hair. Just because they look like they're kind of the same part of the hair just goes underneath this either hair or an elastic band. I'm not sure exactly what that is. Okay, and you can see some of the original pencil marks are coming through. So now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to darken it a little bit. So I'm going to take a little bit of that. Let's just scoop up some paint. Now this should have, the slow dry medium should help slow down the process of the drying. Let's put a little more. Let's get this kind of dark. Not too dark, but that's probably good enough. Okay, and then I'm going to take this and darken in a few areas here. So what's great with the slow dry medium is I can kind of blend things in a way that is really is pretty difficult to do without the medium in there. So I kind of darkened it a little bit. So let's take this, let's do this up here. Kind of just blending it out into this, so like there could be light hitting the top there. Get a little bit more on my brush, that darker color I mixed. Just kind of slowly darkening things. Like all I'm doing is I've just got this little patch that's dark, and I just every once in a while just dip back in here. I'm not adding any more black. The reason why it seems to keep getting darker and darker is I apply this and it mixes with that previous layer, which is lightening it up. So I'm just kind of adding more and more of the darker color over top. Right, so and then maybe let's put a little bit of a darker line under here. And just blend that in a bit. Too dark. I'm just going to wipe that top layer away. Right. Okay. And here I am just taking a little more black and just mix that into my mixture. Okay, that's cool. So I think we'll just keep it like that. I could add some kind of striping in there with her hair, but just for our beginners, kind of where we're at in terms of our level for hair, I'm pretty happy with that so far. Okay, so I'm going to do the same thing. I'm just going to do with this hair here, and we'll do that same thing over there. You can see it. A little bit of the pencil marks I'm smudging across with my hand. I'm not too concerned about that. So, just going to dip back in here, and that color got a little bit darker as I painted with it, so I'm just going to lighten it back up. And let's start this process again. Right now it's sort of this big formless blob of gray. Just going to go into up here just to join them up. Okay. So now let's darken it a little bit. We'll find a few places that need some darkening. In fact, I'm just going to squeeze some of this paint out. I'm going to get a smaller brush. I got a much smaller brush. So I'm going to go in here and get this darker color on there. And the darker color has less of the slow dry medium in there, so I'm just trying to incorporate it in here, so it's going to be a little bit darker. Let's get a little more black on there. In fact, speaking of which, I'm going to put a little more slow dry medium on there. Okay, so what I'm going to do is try to follow a hair up and around. You see how it's kind of now getting less and less dark, right? That first line was much darker. And it kind of peters out as it goes. Let's do that again. just taking the slightly darker gray, going back over these lines. Or there's not, I can't even really see those lines anymore. I'm not. But that, this gray kind of peters out the more I spread it on the picture here, so. Right, if she's got a little bit, way more curls than I've put in now that I wasn't even looking at the original. If you want a little bit wavier hair, then by all means do that. Yeah, just, I can kind of try to, well, I think it'll cause more problems than it's worth. That's, she's just had her, won't quite have the same beautiful curls, in my version anyway, as the original, but I don't mind how this has turned out so far. Okay, now if I want to just give it a little bit more punch and try to find a few little bit more darker areas, and we'll put some highlights in. So I put a little bit of black, more little darker black. We'll mix this in. Okay, and let's kind of do the same thing. Trying to think of like certain parts of this hair are just going to be maybe a little bit darker, right? So adding kind of these little shadows in here. We'll have some highlights. We'll darken, just going to darken down here. Again, I'm not really to be looking at the original too carefully. I just sort of kind of using it as a starting point. That's a little bit dark there, but that's okay. I got the slow dry medium in there, so I can change that as well. So the way that we're painting right now, just with the slow dry medium, this reminds me a lot of painting with oil paints. So if you like the way that slow dry medium feels when you're painting, you know, you've got a little bit more fluidity with the paint, you may really want to think about exploring oil paints. Although oil paints are a whole different beast for sure. Someone asked recently if maybe the next course could be how to paint with oil paints. Which we could do. I think more people paint with acrylic because cleanup is far easier with acrylic. So if you're painting in your house, on your kitchen table, and you might find painting with oil to be a bit of a pain. It can be a little stinky too. Okay, so you also notice, you might be thinking like, oh, what about all this stuff down here and here? That is actually part of her clothes. I think I've read a few different things that this looks like some kind of fabric was added after it was painted, years after it was painted, out of like concerns of modesty, which is not unusual. A lot of paintings were altered that way, including Michelangelo's Sistine Chapel. Someone went in there afterwards and painted robes on all the nude figures. Okay, so let's paint. So I've just chosen just to kind of get rid of that a little bit. Okay, so let's now tackle this part of her hair. We'll just kind of go all the way around the face. Yeah, let's come down here and we'll do that. Okay, so again, I'm going to take, actually I'm going to use my bit of larger brush for this. Take this color. And let's just put okay. This big mop of hair there. Okay. And then I'm going to go in and just kind of touch it up with darker colors. So I'm going to take this one that's a little bit darker. We'll start with that. Using my smaller brush. And I'm going to go right up along her face in here. More curls on this side here. Start back from here. This haircut, this reminds me, my sister, when she was in the 80s, had a haircut just like this. A lot of waves in there. I think that was the style at the time. Wow, Natalie just got home from a 10-hour shift. Oh my goodness. Are you a nurse, Natalie? It sounds... Actually, nurses are the ones pulling the what it was. My sister was a nurse until she just recently became a radiologist. But those nurses work, and doctors, I guess, but nurses seem to do the heavy lifting at hospitals. What about water mixable oil colors? The question Paula asks. You can, you know, to be honest, I've never used those water soluble oil paints, because they are fairly new. Well, I think they've been around. People have been testing them probably for decades, but they're still a fairly new product. And I'm not, you know, I'd be interested in trying them. It's just one of those things. Is I gotta, you know, could cost, you know, another $100 to buy all of that paint, and you're like, oh, man, do I really need a whole new medium to work with? So I just haven't made that investment yet. But I guess I'm just skeptical, to be honest. I need somebody to kind of I need to watch a demo, and need to because yeah, I don't. For me, the fun of oil paints is the mixing of mediums, and it's a lot more like chemistry. And you know, in the same way that we're mixing mediums into our acrylic paint, you can do that with you're basically doing it all the time with oil paint. Like from the very, very beginning, you know, if I was teaching an oil painting class, we'd be talking about mediums on the very first day before we even started the color wheel. So you can see why it can be a lot easier to learn on acrylic paint, because now we know a little bit more about the colors. And you know, a analogy that you could make with oil paint and acrylic is oil paint is a lot more like driving a stick shift or a standard in a car, and acrylic is more like automatic. And if you've ever driven a standard vehicle, it's a lot of fun. I used to own one. I used to own an old BMW when I lived in Los Angeles, and it was a blast to drive around, and it had a lot of, you could go, you know, quite fast once you shifted into the right gear. And but learning how to drive on a stick shift is difficult. And you know, I'm sure there's a number of you watching right now who had to learn how to drive on your grandfather's, you know, pickup truck with stick shift, and it was just like a terrible experience. But if you've been driving for, like, I learned how to drive on an automatic, and then I learned the stick shift later, and it was like, oh, okay, it's obviously not easy, but I kind of got it. And I was like, but I'm glad that I had the opportunity to learn with just the automatic, and just figuring out, you know, the basics of driving a car before I had to use the stick shift for the first time. You know, be stalling and over. And okay, so I've kind of, this side is much darker because it looks like the light is kind of from this star, right? So it's going to be much brighter on this side, and then therefore it's going to get darker and darker in here. So we'll just keep on adding more black into this area here. Okay. And then same thing that we did before, I'm just going to add a little bit of darker areas. Kind of think of like where the wave is, right? So where like this part is getting highlight, and then as it comes down, this part is getting darker. Okay, so it's starting to dry up a little bit. That a slow dry medium can only slows it down so much, and then you got to add a little more. So let's get some more black on it. We'll just even some of this out. So I'm not too happy with what's going on down there. So let's take some of the gray, and I'm just going to start blending some of this gray back in here. I think I just kept getting longer and longer hair. Ooh, and that's starting to turn into a bit of a mess. We'll rescue it. Have faith. Just gonna add a lot more white in here, and we'll match it with the background. It's supposed to kind of fade out into gray anyway, all of this hair, so. So I kind of goofed on that, and I just sort of will fix it up. It may even be worth letting that dry, in fact, and then coming back and working on that a little bit later. So, because sometimes when you get a big buildup of paint there, then you're just smushing things around. You just let it dry, and then we'll be able to fix it later. So let's come up here to this part of the hair. These are braids. So I just have kind of like slightly different grays on my palette that I'm kind of dipping into. just the basic shapes. Once I got the basic shapes in place, I can build on top of all that later on. Let's take some of the darker gray. So, I mean, these are braids, which are pretty difficult to paint. So I'm not going to spend too much time on here. I just want to kind of simulate the look of kind of layered hair. And I'm going to come in here and fix that in a second after I just do a little bit more in here. Slightly darker color. I actually don't mind this anymore. Just wipe some of that darker. I'm just gonna wipe some of this darker stuff out from underneath here. One thing about using gray is if you make a mistake, it's not as difficult to mix that color again, because it's just a matter of adding a little bit more white or black in there to get closer to that original color, right? It's not like, oh, okay, is there a bit of warm yellow or red in there? What was the colors that made up this painting? Ah, okay, I'm just gonna leave that. I just get, you know, part of me just wants to fix this with my paint right now, but I just have to be a little bit more patient. Okay, so actually, while I've got some of that white on there, I can just do a little bit of highlights. I guess I goofed on this. Let's see. Do I want to fix it? There's that. Massaging in there. gentle highlights in certain places in the hair. Down there is still really wet, so I'm going to use the blow dryer in a second on that. So going back dark again. Okay. So I'm going to just blow dry this and then fix that. Actually, I just want to get a little bit of darker, get a little bit more black up in that hair. Since I got some black on my brush, or really dark gray, okay, where else can I put this before I wash my brush? Okay, so I'm just going to now clean this brush off, or both. I have two brushes here. I'm just going to clean them off. Oops. It fell off again. It's even, it's good to just clean your brushes every so often while you're working on them, because they start to build up with the paint, and it starts to dry. Even if the paint at the tip of the bristles is still nice and wet, it's fresh paint, you're going to have all this paint that starts kind of sneaking up further into this metal part, the ferrule, and it starts to dry. And the whole brush just starts to stiffen up, and then it's just, the brush doesn't hold as much paint, so you find like, why am I always having to dip my brush back in the paint? Like, it never seems to go quite as far as I'd want it to be. That's one of the reasons. Okay, so I'm going to blow dry this and then we'll fix that. Okay, so now I'm actually gonna paint the face, and then I'll fix this background after at the very end, just because I will probably be resting my hand on this area, and the faster this is, so I can do that at the very, very end. So now we're gonna move on to painting the face with this same technique. I'm gonna add a little bit more slow dry medium into the paint here, and let's just use up a little bit more paint. So some of this paint has slow dry medium in it already, and some of it is fresh paint that was just sitting there slowly drying away. So we're going to incorporate that into this mixture. Okay. So we're just going to continue doing the same thing. We're now going to paint this face, and you'll see how I'm going to approach it the same way. I'm going to apply this mid value, this gray, across the whole face, and then I'm going to start darkening some of it by just adding a little bit more black, and so we'll get some of the shadows on the face, and then I'm just going to add a little bit more white back to some of the highlights, right? So let's get this painting back up there for people. Okay. The shoulders, something. Side here like that. We can all come back and do stuff on that hair anyway, right? You know, maybe I'll start doing a little bit of, I'll work on some of the darker shadows here, just because some of these lines are going to disappear a bit. I'm just going back into some of this kind of darker paint, picking up a little bit of the black. Okay, didn't need to go that dark, but we'll make it work. Paint over a bit of this hair. See how I can kind of just brush out this shadow, soften it up a bit. Okay, and then I'm going to come back in here with a little bit lighter paint. Soften that shadow up. Okay. Now I'm going to just do some of the brighter parts here. It looks pretty wild right now. You're like, uh-oh, we lost the plot. We'll build our way back in there. I am going maybe a little bit faster than maybe I should be. So let's get a little more white. The brightest parts of the face are going to be the nose, this little area right here by the eye, and then the eyeballs themselves. So let's get a little bit of paint in the eyeballs. Okay. Okay, so it looks kind of wild right now. We're gonna now start putting some dark back in here to help give some solidity back to this drawing. Okay, we're looking dangerously close to that famous painting in Italy that was quote-unquote restored, right? Okay, so I got some, actually let's go to a smaller brush now. Just gonna get rid of some of that paint on there. Go to our smaller brush. Getting more and more black on there. And that's what you do her eyebrow. Darkening this area next to her eye. This is a nostril in here. That's too dark there, but we can lighten that up, no problem. This painting looks pretty wild right now. Okay. So I just added a little bit of the gray back to this darker color just to lighten it up a bit, because it was getting pretty dark. And I'm just going to go down this nose here. Area on the lip. Darken. Side. You often think of the white of the eyes as like really, really white, but often there's lots of shadow on the eyeball itself, so. The great thing with the slow dry medium is if I just take this and go over some of the darker color, I can kind of just blend it right out. So that's way too. That's some white on there, a little bit. Kind of deleted it completely, but okay. Lips here. So the top part of the lip tends to be darker because there's some shadow. Oops, that's going to be too dark. I'll soften that up in a bit here. So I'm just blending this out. Okay, I'm going to put some black for the eyes. I'm going to get really, I'm not going to go full on black, but I'll get dark. Because we may want to go darker, and we may want to go lighter in places, right? Trying to remember exactly. Some people will put the like the eyes and the nostrils and stuff in as their first thing, which can be helpful, obviously. Okay, let's go a little bit darker. Just tone it down a little bit, or up, depending on what you want to think about it. Just because it was a little bit dark. Oh, need to come back a little bit darker. Is that? So right now I'm actually raising this eyelid up a bit. It looks like a little mistake, but I am just trying to correct it. Okay. I'm going to soften this up a bit. So it's this very kind of slow changing, adding slightly different levels of black and white in here until you get the desired effect. This is a little bit of a hard edge there. So to help kind of smooth that out, I can take my brush. Actually, this one's a little bit too rigid. A little bit of a softer brush. And to try to blend. Okay. Oops. Just gonna brighten this up a bit here. I get some more with a slow dry medium. Things are starting to seize up a bit, so just give myself a little bit more flexibility back here again. brush. Ah, that's frustrating. So it was a little too much. So I'm gonna have to come back here and lighten that up again. But often in portraiture, this part of the face, the nose and the cheek, almost blend into one another. So I'm just going to soften that up a little bit. So I'm gonna have to, I extended this a little bit with her shape of her face. That needs to be kind of changed a little bit in there. Same thing. Okay. Gonna soften the top of the lip here. Even this side with that white. We can go in there and just move it around a bit. Okay, so now I'm going to bring the cheekbone back in, and we'll do a little bit of work on these eyes. Let's see, I'm going to use my bigger brush again. And we'll put a little bit of the slow dry medium back in there. Just going to make it really easy to brush it around to darken this face. Let's do the same thing down here. Just gonna get a little bit darker on the brush, or color on the brush there. nice and soft here. It's gonna get even darker. So we got this kind of cheekbone structure in here. Right, I want to make sure that this brush is as dry as possible. See, I just obliterated a bit of the work I did there, which is frustrating, but let's go back to a smaller brush. Sometimes it's a bit of 2 steps forward, 1 step back, and you just gotta roll with it. Okay, so I'm going to go in and do some finer details around the eyes. Okay, so let's enlarge. Let's zoom in. You know what I think I'm going to do is blow dry this right now, so that I can, because I want some of the sharp lines, but I also want to do some blend. You know what? I think I can do some blending actually. Let's just keep on puttering along here. Just softening up some of these lines. Right, I'm basically just like taking it and just dabbing it on the surface here. I'm not really doing anything particularly special. It just helps to soften up the lines. It picks up a bit of the pigment. That's why you got to be a little bit careful, because it is picking up the pigment. So if you have a big blob of like black or something there, it might move some of that black into places you don't want. Some dark into this area here. Oh, you see what happened there? That's that black being transferred into the nose area right there. That's okay. I could get a little bit of lighter color on there anyway. Boom, just disappears. So I could fiddle with a bunch of details here ad nauseum, but I'm going to shift in about another 5 minutes to doing the glazing. Well, actually, I'll finish the hair and then we'll do the glaze over top. When you're doing pupils, you want to kind of stop and kind of just make sure that they're looking in the right direction, right? Like right now, this one is kind of looking here, this one's kind of looking down. So I'm going to have to fix that. Let's just try to soak up some of this black. Some gray back underneath. So that's going to need to dry. What else can I do while I get that drying? Well, they're not going in the exact direction I would have liked, but just a matter of shifting these eyes slightly. You can tell how difficult this part is. Trying to, for me, this is the kind of thing that I spend my time doing, is like eyes. Like this is, you get one kind of in the right place. And the other has to be adjusted. Hey, thanks Paula for the donation through the super chat. That's awesome. I appreciate that. Okay, so let's zoom out. And I'm gonna finish this hair. I could fiddle with the eyes and all that stuff endlessly, as you've seen me doing for the past 10-15 minutes, and you know, an artist might spend quite a while trying to get that exact look right. Sometimes to no avail, but usually, you know, if you're patient and you just work it, it will eventually, you can tinker with it until it's just right. I'm gonna come back. I'll put the eyelashes on there afterwards. I'm gonna finish with this hair. So let's get some darker hair on top. Things are drying out again, so I'll put a little bit extra medium in there. And we'll need, you know, I'm going to blow dry this, because if this is not dry, then I'll have a whole other mess on my hands. So. I love reading the comments for this channel while we're. This is great. I love it. It blows my mind that that you guys are out there painting along with me. This is so cool. In the chat, Sue says mine looks like Bob Marley. And Sue, or she says, yeah, and not in a good way. Shelly says, for me, it seems to be the lips. LOL. I agree, mine looks like some sort of a guy. Okay. If it's looking really masculine, part of that might be that the nose is really overemphasized. We can also do a little bit with the eyelashes, help. And if the chin is really square, like really forward chin, that can also make your portrait look a little bit more masculine. So. But even then, you know, obviously we want to make great paintings as often as possible. But sometimes, you know, while we're trying to learn a technique, you want to be a little bit, you know, easy on yourself. Because you have to learn some of these basics in order to kind of be able to really fully express yourselves, and there's a bit of a learning curve, absolutely. So don't be too hard on yourselves out there. We're doing, like, again, remember that back in September, many of you had never painted before or had very little painting experience. What we're doing right now is this is not a beginner technique at all, right? We're fully into some pretty advanced stuff. And also today is definitely the most difficult of all the classes. If you're like, wow, if everything is going to be like this going forward, I'm done. The rest of the sessions are very playful, so this is kind of the peak of the mountain, and you can see I'm bringing this hair in. I was feeling like that hair was coming too far on the side, and I'm just trying to wrap her face a little bit with some of this hair. I've actually not really looking at the original much. I just felt that could help soften her face a little bit, which I think it's doing. That's good. Okay. What did I want to do now? I think, am I going to fix this? Or I was going to do a little bit of eyelashes. Let's put a few eyelashes on her. And let's zoom out. going to take some of this black and go into some of these shadows in the hair a bit. So this, I can just get a little bit more, I think, I meant for, just to shape her cheek a bit here. Just was touching up this end here. I felt it was kind of a little bit flat over there, so just touching that up. Let's get a little bit of darker stuff. I often wait till closer to the end to put in the highlights, the darkest darks and the brightest brights, because I'm never really sure exactly where I want to put them until we get a little bit closer to the end and I can see the whole picture. Right, so okay, so I'm gonna fix this now, but I'm gonna blow. Actually, I don't know if this should be all pretty dry, right? Okay. So let's just fix this up here. It's just a little bit more gray. Right, as if none of this silliness over here ever happened. Boom! Just like that. Okay, I'll back it out. Oop. I'm not sure what I've done in here. This needs to be I'll wait till I've blow dried that. And then I feel like that neck needs a little work right now. Okay, so let's, I'm going to fix up this hair down here. Slow dry medium. Okay, and we'll just modify it a little bit by adding a few areas that are a little bit brighter or darker, just so it doesn't look like it's all one big blob. We'll have darker again. Oops. Peter, you crack me up. It's funny. I never really thought about some of the things that I say over and over again until people point them out, and then you're like, oh yeah, I guess. Okay. Okay, I could fiddle with the hair, I could fiddle with other parts of the painting over and over and over again. I think for our purpose, we've seen kind of how this method, the Grisaille method or gray method works, right? A Grisaille is what we've just done. A Grisaille is a painting that just has tones, just grays, blacks, and whites. So now what we're going to do, maybe I'll paint this star really quickly with some white. So actually, I'll clean all my brushes here anyway. And this is, we're just going to move my painting out of the way. Because I learned my lesson that sometimes, you know, you get really excited. You're getting closer to the end. I just start splattering paint all over the place. And then that's where the tears start coming, right? By the way, I also wash all my brushes afterwards. At the end of these painting sessions, even if I've just washed them like this, I'll wash them again in the sink, just so that I make sure that they're fully clean. Because, you know, and there's been a few times where I've missed them. I've put them accidentally back inside my paint cup and didn't think about it until next week, and we've seen that a few times where the paintbrushes have solidified since. So here's, you know, my palette. I've used, I haven't added any more white or black throughout the whole process. You know, I used barely any black, and there's still lots of black left over for this entire painting. And that I noticed that that's one of the common mistakes, is people often put way too much paint on their palette than they need. Okay, I'm gonna blow dry this just to make sure everything's set, because what we're, oh, I was gonna do the star. Let me do the star real quick. So I'm gonna paint the star just pure white. Okay. And then now let's blow dry it. Clean this brush off real quick. This painting is called the Allegory of Talent. I've also seen it, I mean, it's in Italian to begin with. I don't know what the original Italian is, but I've also seen it called the Allegory of Inclination, which is, yeah, that's an interesting way of the fact you get talent and inclination out of the same word is interesting. Okay, I know I was said I was gonna move on, but there was I want to fix this neck. I feel like I just want this to be a little bit darker in here. And did I do that? Ah, you dummy. Okay, let's see if I can rescue this real quick. Haha. If you're really quick, you can get some of that with a little bit of cloth and fix it. Where on earth? That's always like, sometimes you're like, okay, I solved it, but how that problem will happen again somehow. Okay, I'm not going to worry about those braids again. Those are all things that you could spend quite some time noodling around in. I'm just going to blow dry this again. Okay, so you really want to make sure this is bone dry before you move on to the next step. In fact, I'm just going to answer a question here that Deborah has before I do anything else. That way I can just delay an extra couple of seconds. The question is, what kind of material do you use for cleanup? What kind of soap do you can use so here's the material that I use. You often, if you go to art supply store, they have this kind of thing right by the counter. Let's see, it looks like this, right? It comes in these, a few different sized. I have it over there, but by the sink. But it's like the size of like a tea candle, or what are they, tea light? They call these things. And it's basically just got like a little tiny cake pad of soap inside, and you can open it up, and I just take my brush in and swirl it inside and clean it that way. What is the difference between that and using Dawn, like a very light detergent? I'm not sure. Again, with a lot of art supplies, you're like, maybe this is just the same, comes out of the same factory, but they just put a different label on it, charge 3 times the amount of money, and call it an art supply, right? But this brush cleaner claims to be, it claims to kind of help restore the brushes and to give them new life and make them a preserver. Brush cleaner and preserver, they claim. I do find, like, it does remind me a little bit of like hair conditioner. It feels like the brush does have a little bit more softness after when you use it on the brush. It should be fine. I've never noticed any kind of leaving or creating a problem like this extra weird materials on there that okay, I didn't think about how dirty my palette would be. Part of me wants to clean all of this off real quick and start anew before we do the next step. So how about, I think I'm going to do that because that'd be the best way for me to do this. So let's bring this back and this, and I'm going to unmute, or I'm going to mute my microphone, go. So let's just move this out of the way. So here, this is the brush cleaner that I was just talking about. This is what I have right next to the sink. And this is the slightly larger pack. I'm not sure. I think it's probably like 20 bucks. So there's a smaller one that is maybe, I don't know, $10 or something. And also, just while I'm here, they also make like a hand soap, which I love. This is great for, I use this all the time, even if I'm using other things like oil, or I have it just, I mean, anytime you got like sticky stuff on your fingers and you wash and it doesn't come off, you know, adhesives and that kind of stuff, crazy glue. This works because it's got like, I don't know if you can see it. It's got like little tiny things in there that I'm sure are harmful to fish in the ocean. You know, like it's probably not good. I would also, so here's my palette. I just cleaned it off real quick. Another kind of thing that I use this synthetic steel wool. You can buy this at the hardware store, and I find this stuff is magic for cleaning a palette. If you're cleaning it in the sink, you know, sometimes you can be just scrubbing. You can use a cloth. You can use actual steel wool, but this stuff doesn't scratch, and it also seems like it cleans pretty well, so it doesn't stink after a while. If you've ever used, you know, steel wool, and sometimes it can really, once it gets clogged up with, well, I guess I'm not washing too much food in there, it's just paint, but okay, so we're actually quite close to the end, as hard as it might be to believe. Okay, I'm missing my cool blue. That must have fallen off in the sink. But I think we'll be able to figure out what we're doing here. Okay, so I'm gonna put some paint on my palette. I'm not gonna need, oh, that was loud. I was gonna say, I don't need too much, and then I put a whole whack of it there. Because right now we're gonna be doing some glazing, and we're gonna be doing really thin layers of paint here. So we won't need too much paint, because the goal is to paint so little that we preserve the black and white of that we've just been working on for the past couple of hours. And cool red. Okay, so we got all the colors on the palette there. Now let's take a look at the original. Yeah. Okay. So here was the painting when we made it black and white. Let's take all of those changes out. Now, I do want to, I'm going to brighten it back up again. Remember, I took all the shadows out. I think that looks actually kind of, let's maybe darken the, all right, so you can see you can really change the painting just by playing with some of the colors on there. So it's up to you really to see how much you want to, how far you want to go. I think, what do I want to start with? Let's start with the face, because that's maybe where we want to. Let's work our way. We'll do, kind of go from background to. So we'll do the same order we painted everything in. So let's start with the background. So let's put a this cool blue on as a glaze over top of it. So we'll get our blue. Now if I just put that in there, it's going to be crazy, like electric. So I'm going to add a little, sorry, keep moving. Move this out of the way. Let's get some white in here. We want to use white relatively sparingly when we're doing glazing. We want to use the white sparingly because the white covers up everything really, really well. So we don't want to cover everything up. We want to preserve a lot of the original colors underneath. So we want to just be careful about how much white we actually add in, because we can use the tints of the, you know, the white in the original painting, or the light grays, as part of it. Okay. And I'm going to use the satin or matte. Satin and matte are used interchangeably for art supplies. So I'm going to use my matte glaze here. And just so people see how much I'm putting in here. well, whoa, I didn't mean to put that much on there, but let's use it. Let's use it. I can always, the fun thing with glazes is I can always put another layer of glaze over top of it to make it darker if I want to. You know, I mentioned before that glazes are super forgiving because we can just paint very, 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 very thin glazes, and if we want more, we just add another one over top of it. Okay, so the moment of truth here is we now just take this. I'm going to brush this glaze over top. Let's take a look at the original here. Remember, glaze medium also takes a little bit longer to dry. I'm going to paint right over top of this star. Just, I could paint around it, but it would just be more a headache. It'd just take me a lot longer than it will be to paint around. And I also want to kind of make this a nice uniform background so that I'm not too concerned with, you know, some of this blue going over things like the hair. You don't want too much, but if you find you've got like some ridges that kind of build up as it's drying, you can try to scrub them out really quickly. Okay, that is really, really blue, like baby blue. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a little bit of the warm blue into this mixture. Okay, I'm going to blow dry this, and then I'm going to put another layer on there. So I'll put this over here. Still feel like that's really baby blue. I'm gonna put a bit of black in there, like a very small amount of it, because the black will kind of dirty this color up a bit. Oh, see, look how quickly. That's way too much black. Let's see if I just mix it into here. Oh, that's a bit better. That's good. That might even be too dark now. And I don't want to put any more white in there. Okay, let's move over here. This will be a really nice thin glaze. There we go. Okay, so let's try this again. Hard to see. Looks okay. It looks like slightly uneven in a few places because that first layer wasn't fully dry. That's what happens when you're a little bit impatient. But okay, I mean, that's okay. We can also change that color later on if we want. It's certainly not the blue in the picture. The blue in the picture has a little bit more green in it. It's almost a little bit of a brown going on in there. But okay. Let's now do the hair. So to make the hair, we're going to make a warm brown. So to make a warm brown, we're going to mix an orange. All right, we got an orange here. We're going to add blue. See, I'm deliberately not mixing too, I'm not putting too much paint in here because I'm going to do a glaze, right? So I want it to be kind of thin. Let's see. That looks pretty good. Okay, so let's put some of the glaze on there. I'm going to use a bit of a smaller brush for this, just so I can be a little bit more nuanced. Okay. So I just have to make sure I don't put my hand down on some of those other areas. So now I'm just taking this glaze and I'm just going to go over everything. Including, I can go right over top of the white areas. I do try when I'm glazing to kind of follow the path of the, let's say, of the form. So in this case it's this hair. Trying to kind of contour it around some of these shapes here. So that if there is any brush strokes left over, they're all going in the right direction. They don't conflict with the other shapes. So I don't know, we can color that. This, I don't know if this is, maybe is this supposed to be a ribbon of some kind? Maybe I'm just gonna take some of that glaze off there. Just with my finger, kind of lightened it up already, right? Okay, so her hair's kind of gone very blonde, which, you know, depending on how you, that could be awesome or not desirable. It's up to you. So I went over everything. I could be a little bit more selective. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to add a little bit of more blue into my mixture here. That's going to darken this color. Let's add a little bit more. Just for the sake of time. We'll try to get this done in the next 20 minutes or so. So I'm making a much darker brown here. Again, using my glaze. You know, I probably should have just done this a little bit more selectively, getting a little impatient. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to add some black into this mixture. Because I'm going to go over some of the darkest parts with this dark brown glaze. So it's a little bit like I'm coloring like a black and white photograph. Essentially, that's pretty much exactly what I'm doing, right? Yeah, it's still wet there, darn it. Now, again, just like anything, if I was taking my time, I could do a really bang-up job and this would look gorgeous. I'm kind of rushing through here. Just to help. But I think you can start understanding this technique. So what you would want to do is add many layers of glaze on here. Ideally really thin layers. So what we did with the Vermeers, we just went right into the paint, or right into the color, I mean. We didn't do the black and white. Some people prefer this method. This was the most common method for hundreds of years. The Vermeer method was a little bit more recent. And I'm sure there's exceptions to the rule. I'm sure there was somebody who was doing the Vermeer method 200 years before, but this was like the way that if you were to to go to an academy all the way up until maybe the late 1800s or even early 1900s, this is the way that you would learn how to paint. You would start with the Grisaille and then learn how to glaze on top of it. Okay, so now we're gonna do her skin, her face, and then if we want, we can always come back and add more layers on into this brown here. So right now, the painting looks a little bit strange because we have all of her face is gray like a statue, right? So this is where it finally comes together. So we're gonna paint a flesh tone to go on top of this. So if we look at this painting, to get that, we're going to take our warm yellow warm red. We're going to make a brown again. And we're going to take some white. Okay. That's pretty good. It's a little bit dark, so let's add a little bit more white to it. Now, obviously, it's much too dark for that part, but I think as a kind of overall skin tone, we're pretty close. Okay. I'm afraid this might be a little bit too thick, so let's just see if I scoop a bunch out here. Add a little bit more of that. Then let's grab our paintbrush and we'll mix this together. Something even thinner. Again, we'd probably want to be going even thinner than this. Not sure what happened here. Her shoulder should have continued a little further down there. Okay. So then I can just take this and continue kind of going over, doing it like another glaze. If you feel it still looks a little bit too chalky too gray. Going over her lips as well. We're going to put some red on them, obviously. Okay. Right, see we feel her like life energy coming back into her body here. As we do this, we can add a little bit more red in here. Ooh, that went pretty quick, eh? That was okay. So we're gonna put that brush aside. We're gonna just take a different one here, and let's put a little bit more like rouge on her cheeks. Okay, and then we can blend it in with a soft brush here. Ah, you know what? I should have let that other layer dry, Michael. Okay, just desperately scrub some of this out as quickly as I can. Should have used the blow dryer there. Ah, drive me nuts. Yeah, I'm gonna use the blow dryer. I was gonna touch it up, but let's just fix one thing at a time. So let's do this. It's still a bit tacky. Well, what am I doing? Oh, yeah. Remember I said all of the accidents happen when you're closest to home. That was the brush that had the stuff on it I didn't want, and I just put it right on. Brighten up her cheeks here. Adding a little bit of warmth to her lips. Was that hair there before? That drives me crazy. Warming up around her nose. It's going to be a pretty warm area too. slow dry it again. I think this brush is falling apart. I'll probably do more damage trying to get this. Okay. So let's just get a little bit more rouge on here. A little bit more glazing fluid on there. It feels like it's starting to get a little bit tacky. It doesn't stay as... It's not as effective as the slow dry medium for slowing down the drying time, obviously. Same red and just put it over up on the forehead. Not as much as I had elsewhere on the face, because the forehead doesn't. It's much thinner skin there. So we can keep on adding more and more layers of this warmth in there. Okay. Let's see, what else can we do? Oh, we want to make these lips maybe just a little bit more warm. So I'm going to take a little bit more of this, mix it in. We may have to do a few, that's a lot of paint. You know, one of the things I was thinking about doing is adding just a little touch of warmth onto the eyeballs. So just a tiny... a little bit of warmth on there. What else is left? You may want to change her eye color. Right now we just got solid black, so you could add whatever color you like. I'm gonna give her some bluish just mixing it in. I don't know if I want to go, you know, super saturated. Just almost imperceptible, that little bit of extra color in there, how it adds to the painting. Okay. So the last thing, you know, I don't know if I want to do anything to the ribbon. Obviously, I could add way more color. I could do things into her hair. I want to do the star. You know what? Let's get that star started. I gotta clean a bunch of brushes. Don't you know, you're almost done, and then you gotta sit back and you gotta do some administrative work here. So I haven't even talked really about Artemisia's biography much at all, which is good because, goodness, can you imagine if I had started going off on this and we are where we are now? Holy smokes, we'd be behind. I'll get to it very shortly here. What I'm going to do, I'm going to paint the star, and I'm going to paint it almost white. Let's add white and add a little bit of cold yellow on there. And I'm not going to glaze this. This is just the regular paint as is. So you can see the reason why I put that, I painted glaze or the white earlier is to help me see it through the blue. Canvas, there we go. It makes it so much easier. Ay, 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 mamma mia. Now I could add some nuance to that star, but maybe I'll think about it as I start getting closer to wrap up here. Let's look at the original again. What else do I want to do? Obviously, there's a number of colors that aren't quite correct, quote unquote, in here. How much work I want to put in. I'm not going to spend time, doing too much more to this. Afterwards, I could kind of darken some of the shadows in the hair just by adding a little, just by darkening that brown again and again. I could add more and more warmth to this face. I think I will do that. Yeah, okay, so with this star, let's give it just a little bit of orange around some of the edges here. Use a smaller brush. You don't want to overdo it. You're just trying to give it just a little bit of extra depth, as she obviously did as well. I don't know how well that you can see what I just did, but let's just zoom in. So the question is, what do I want to do with these ribbons in her hair? I think I might make a purple for that. Purple might look nice with some of these browns and yellows and blues. So let's do that. We'll mix warm or a vibrant purple. So we take our cool red and our cool blue, or sorry, cool red and warm blue. I'm going to put some glazing medium here, so this is going to thin it out a bit. So let's see, is this the right decision or the wrong decision? It's certainly not the original color, right? I'm going to soak a bit of this up. Just make it a little bit more transparent. I don't know. They're slightly different colors because this actually had the brown in it, whereas I just left that on its own. Does that drive me crazy? It does a bit. It does a bit, but I don't... It's not a deal breaker, I don't think. It is kind of interesting how they're different. Now all of a sudden this painting has a bit more of a 80s... This really does now remind me of my sister. This particular haircut. That is a little much. I don't mind it. It's definitely a different painting than where we began. Let me see. I think at this stage, one sort of wants to look at it and see how you feel. I think I can live with it. I think I can live with it. Different, very different than I was expecting it was going to turn out as. But for what, 3.5 hours worth of painting to arrive at this place is not bad. Let's see. This is our original. Let's see. Let's just move this down. She had a little bit more. She looks a little bit more dour, less hopeful than I was hoping she would look. But yeah, I think it's good. So what we've just done is one of the more advanced painting techniques. You know, we're at episode, I think, 41 or so. Let me just see. Where are we right now? It won't show me. So we're at episode 42 of what'll be, I think, 45 episodes. So this was probably the most difficult. The two glazing ones are, again, they're more advanced techniques, but I do think that they are great techniques for beginner or intermediate artists, because they provide you with an opportunity to go a little bit slower, to be a little bit more careful if you feel like going bold colors is just too risky. Again, on the other side of things, it is slower. It is, especially for maybe beginner painters, they want maybe faster results. We live in a society that wants instant gratification. So this painting in this way does not give you instant gratification, right? It takes longer, and therefore it's harder to see the results, and you have to live with parts of the painting being gray for potentially, you know, days on end while you work on different parts of the painting, which can make it difficult to envision the final product, right? Because it's when half of the painting is gray, it's hard to really, you don't know what it's going to look like until it's done. So you kind of have to have a little bit of faith while you're painting it, which can be very difficult and frustrating for beginner painters. So it's one of those things that like driving a standard vehicle, it's sometimes nice to learn how to just drive the car and deal with stoplights and parking and everything before figuring out how to shift, right? So I think once you understand this, now you can kind of go back and, if you want, reapply it to some of our previous projects. What I would say, the reason why you're kind of taught to paint in black and white before you go into color is that it helps you really see the composition of your painting, like without being distracted by color, because color, you know, is very, very powerful and dominates a picture. And so by painting it in black and white, just like taking photographs in black and white, you really have to make sure your contrast between light and dark work, and then you can just apply the color as your final touches over top of it. Let me see. Oh, there's Brian Bunny Batista. Good to see you, Bunny. An old friend. Both of us are old friends from Calgary, from art school back in Calgary. That was 20 years ago I graduated, or 21? Oh no. Okay, I don't want to talk about that anymore, but good to see you, Brian. Okay, so the last things that I just wanted to kind of quickly mention off the top, I haven't talked really about Artemisia's biography so much. She was, you know, born 1593, died in around 1656. Her father was a very successful painter. So let's just move this out of the way. Here's some books. We'll get to that in a second. Like so much so, this is her father, Orazio, and there is some question with her earlier paintings, particularly as to who did what. So these would be some of, this is his painting. Oops, let's just take a quick, let's do this. That'll be one of his paintings. First half of this book are paintings by him. He was like a very successful kind of court painter, and Artemisia, his wife and her mother, died when Artemisia was 12, and she had a few brothers, but because they didn't have a mother anymore, they spent a lot of time with their father in his studio. So they had kind of direct, you know, if you're sitting there watching a painter paint for your childhood and adolescence, and to keep them busy, he would give them paintings to paint, right? So again, here's still more paintings by him. These are they're beautiful paintings. she's since become way more well known than he has. His style and her style owe a great debt of not gratitude, stylistic lineage to Caravaggio, who I think I've mentioned before. Caravaggio is really known for this kind of theatrical lighting where the backgrounds are very dark, often with nothing in the background, and then the characters looking like they're on a stage with these bright lights on them, and there's this transition from bright to dark into almost pure blackness, just like the Vermeer, is known as chiaroscuro, right? And let me see, let's get to her paintings here. Are these her paintings now? I don't, this is not, oh, hers are coming up here. I think this book is divided in half. Here we are. So they when they were in Florence, so this is a self-portrait of her, right? Here's another self-portrait of her playing the lute, like a guitar. Here's Judith and her maidservant, and here's Holofernes' head in a basket. So she really liked this image of this guy being decapitated. And a lot has been made, so we'll see here, no, it's not, it's a different myth. Here's the painting. A lot has been made about why she painted that painting so often. Right, again, here's now they're picking the head up off the ground and trying to hide it. So you can see again, like all women, almost all women in her paintings. This painting is supposedly Jesus and by her, but it's attributed to her, and I haven't found, that image is kind of hard to find. And then as we go towards the end, there's a lot of paintings that are by her and others, and I don't quite know exactly the reasoning for that either. So, if we go back to here, so the unfortunate kind of big incident in her life was the rape. She was raped by the husband, or the one of her father's kind of assistants, another artist that was working in her father's studio, raped Artemisia, I think when she was about 17, 18, 19, around that age. And then there was a big trial for this guy, Agostino Tassi. And there's been plays, there's books, there's all sorts of things, and a lot of scholarship about that whole trial, because unbelievably or not, during the trial they tortured her in order to get her testimony and to see if she was telling the truth or not. Like, can you imagine if they did that in like the O.J. Simpson trial? They used the thumb screws on her, causing her all of this pain in order to try to get her to confess to the truth, right? Which is like, so not only was she violated, but then the trial that occurred was maybe even more traumatic than the actual assault in the first place. You can see why I didn't say this stuff at the very beginning of the episode, because it's maybe less family friendly. And so, and if you want, you can obviously, I'm just scratching the surface of that incident, and I don't really want to even go into depth on it because it's been explored in many other places elsewhere, and also because there's also a lot of scholarship, people saying that too much of her art has been colored by this incident and trial that happened at the end of her teenage years, and that defining her by this brutal attack, and then the brutal torture during her trial, leads people to look at her artwork in a certain way. And once you've heard it or seen it, that information, it becomes really hard to look at her artwork without that filter, without that lens. So that's another reason why I didn't want to mention a little bit earlier, because I wanted us to be able to just appreciate her and her artwork on its own, and then we could kind of talk about this stuff afterwards. Part of that trial, there's some speculation that the whole reason the trial happened in the first place is that her father wanted her to marry this guy that raped her, and he didn't want to marry her, and so the trial was an attempt to kind of force his hand to make him marry her. And obviously that's pretty controversial in and of itself. Anyway, after the trial, he was convicted, although he didn't serve any time in jail or anything, which is a whole, and so I think she moved to Florence afterwards, and her father arranged another marriage with her, with another fellow, and when she got to Florence, she took off in terms of her success, the kinds of paintings she was making, and she became very successful very quickly. She was painting paintings for the Medici family, which, if you know anything about like Renaissance history, were the most powerful people really in the Western world, even more powerful than the Pope. There's a great documentary, I think it's a British documentary, it was called the Medicis, the Godfathers of the Renaissance, I think, because they were kind of like a mafia. They housed all of the great artists like Michelangelo and Leonardo and Galileo. Can you imagine these dinners where you have Leonardo and Michelangelo and Galileo and Artemisia sitting around talking about, and who are some of the Machiavelli was there. I mean, this is like the meetings of the minds of the time. Like, what an amazing kind of place to be a fly in the wall in the Medici household. And they would have, like a kind of a salon like Picasso and Gertrude Stein had later on in Paris in the 20s. But she had, I think, 6 children with this man that she was, her father arranged for her to marry. 4 of them died in infancy, like before the age of 2. 2 of them, one of them made it to the age of 5, and then I think only one of them grew up to be an adult. It was another daughter, or it was a daughter, but there's not much information about whatever happened to her. She also became a painter, but the paintings she made, I'm not sure if there's any kind of information about what happened to those. But so she lived this relatively long life until I think her 70s. I think she was. This doesn't say. So, or no, I guess mid 60s, which for the 1600s was a pretty good long life. That would be kind of like 90 years old today. So she was very successful when she was in Florence. They subsequently moved around a little bit to Rome, and she found it a little bit harder to fit in with the Pope while she was out there. I think because she was a woman, there was prejudices against women. Like, she was given certain amounts of freedom that other women weren't afforded, but the that freedom only went so far, right? One of the books that I got from the library, I tried to read this book, Blood, Water, Paint, about Artemisia's life. It's actually, I didn't realize it's based on a play. It is a little bit of a difficult read. It's kind of in poetry form. Let me see. And unless you're in the mood to read poetry, I found this a little bit hard to get into. I got about 2 pages in, and I'm like, I don't know about that. But if poetry is your deal, your jam, then you might find that really interesting. Again, these are a few books, big, heavy. I don't know where the other one went, over there, from the library. She really only had maybe 40 or so paintings anyway that have survived that we can authentically say are hers, of which a lot of them are available on the web anyway. So these books have like x-rays, and they've got a lot more scholarships and essays in them. If you're interested in reading, a book that I don't have, that I have on reserve from the library, and it'll probably get here tomorrow, is a book by Susan Vreeland, who is, let me see if I can find, because she's a great author. I've read a few of her books. Let me see. It's called The Passion of Artemisia, and Susan Vreeland has written a number of great books about art history, and they're kind of like these non-fiction, or what do they call that? Dramatic non-fiction, I think, or something like. So she's done one of Emily Carr. She's done one of the girl. I think this is the Girl in Hyacinth Blue. I think that might be about. Let's do an Amazon search here. I think that might be the girl with the pearl earring. She's done them on Manet. Oh, here's her bio, her website. I would recommend. I've read a few of her books, and they are good, but maybe it's also because I'm an artist and I like. I think The Forest Lover. Oh no, which one is this? Oh yeah, it is about Vermeer. There you go. Right, so that one's about Vermeer. Luncheon of the Boating Party. This is based on Renoir, so we looked at Renoir about a month ago. That would be, I haven't read that one. That would probably be great. And Forest Lover is about Emily Carr. So if you're interested in reading about Artemisia, my recommendation, even though I haven't read it, this is the book I would pick up. I'm waiting for it from the library, so hopefully it comes in soon, because sounds like a really interesting read, and Susan Vreeland is a great author. So, okay, I must bid you all adieu. Thank you very much for tuning in and watching. There's still a dozen of you there who've made it all the way to the end. Bravo, bravo! You guys are hardcore to be still here with me after all these hours. I'm very impressed. So thank you, everybody. Enjoy the rest of your evening, and we will see you in a couple of days when we talk about Damien Hirst. Watch the beginning of the video if you want a little information about stuff to get to help make those paintings. Okay, see you.